Councillors, I recognise as quorum for our full council meeting for today's date. We'll start off with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem. Right, Bob, you want to lead the way? But we'll just do one verse, is that all right? Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free with golden... Okay, that was a warm-up. Let's go. Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free.
With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance
Australia fair. Please be seated.
Australia.
Once enough, mate.
Let us rejoice.
Once enough. Yeah. Okay. Item 1, leave of attendance. Apologies. Nil. Leave of absence, nil. Condolences. I go to Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a condolence motion be passed on the recent loss of Mr Ashley Hay, and I request that a message of sympathy be forwarded to his wife, Mrs Jessica Hay, and the Hay
Second,
children.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On behalf of the City of Gold Coast, I extend our deepest condolences to Mrs Jessica Hay on the recent loss of her husband, Mr Ashley Hay. Ash, an experienced fisherman and community leader from the Gold Coast Game Fishing Club, went missing on the 5th of February, his boat later found unmanned off the coast near Burleigh. Despite an extensive multi-day air and sea search supported by many Gold Coast locals, volunteer agencies and members from both the boating and flying communities based within Division 4, the search was ultimately suspended. It is a heartbreaking tragedy. Ash was a deeply loved husband and father and a well-known and respected member of our local community, especially through his leadership and long-standing involvement with the Gold Coast Game Fishing Club. Our local community is defined by our strong connection with the city's waterways. Consequently, this tragedy has struck particularly close to home. Jess has publicly expressed her sincere gratitude for the extraordinary compassion and support shown by our local community during this devastating time. I would like to echo that gratitude, especially to all those that supported the comprehensive air and sea search. We hope that Jess and their children continue to feel the strength and the care and the solidarity of the Gold Coast community surrounding them as they navigate this unimaginable loss.
Okay. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. Item 4, Mayoral Minute. Councillors, I move that the Mayor write to Mr Alistair, in brackets Ali Day, formally offering him the honour of the key to the city of the Gold Coast. In the preamble, councillors, Ali has a record of 11 Coolangatta Gold titles, 6 Ironman Series Championship, 4 Australian Ironman champion titles, 1 World Ironman title, 4 Queensland Open Ironman Championship, and as typified the surf life-saving movement, however, Ali's volunteer achievements are just as impressive. Ali mentors young lifesavers, supports education and surf awareness program, lends his time and encouragement to young surf lifesavers with a disability, and has provided many hundreds of volunteer patrol hours to keep our city beaches safe. Councillors, when you look through the our highest honour of Key to the City, this is the first time a surf lifesaver has been given the key to the city from the city of the Gold Coast. So it's a momentous occasion. I'd invite Councillor Marshall if he'd like to say a few words, because it was his idea. It came to me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Look, I think it's a tremendous honour, and it's I guess so fantastic that Ali, for those that don't know him, is a little bit older now. He's an older Ironman, but still at the absolute peak of his sport. If you're lucky enough to be at the last round at Miami, he actually took the series out, and probably Ironman racing is a young person's sport, but to see a 36-year-old still dominate the sport, still give so much back. He certainly assisted us with our albatross nippers at the very, very beginning. Never have to ask him to do anything. He volunteers his time. So just a tremendous person for the community, and just so happens to be, I guess, one of the greatest Ironmen ever. So a tremendous honour, and I appreciate that we're doing this as a city.
Oh, good. Anyone want to speak against? Does someone want to add to Councillor Marshall's comment? No? All good? I'll put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Right, someone like to move acceptance of the minutes of the 865 meeting of council? Move Councillor Hamill, seconder Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any corrections, anyone? Okay, move for adoption, Councillor Hamill, seconder Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillor's Mayor's report. It's 2 pages of index here, so it's one of the longest Mayor's report. What I like to do is basically give you an executive summary on a lot of it. The details are in there for everyone to download, and then my more detailed report will be my overseas trip, because it's like giving you a overseas trip report, and so that everyone can see the come on the journey of what was achieved overseas. In that report also has the acting mayor to chime in on that as well. So it's been a very busy 1 month in our city. The Gold Coast Australia of the Year nomination was launched on the 28th of January, and I was joined in the launch by our Gold Coast local hero, Ian Gay, who has recently been named 2026 Local Hero for Queensland for his work helping people with disability safely experiencing surfing. And if you see some of the videos, people who can't walk actually can paddle and surf, and it's incredible. And he's got a huge group of volunteers, and I know just about all the councillors were there that day. Next one, the city budget survey was launched on the 28th of January, and then on 28th of January, meeting with young professionals. Deputy Mayor Councillor Hamill and I met with young professionals, Gold Coast executive team, and the meeting provided an invaluable opportunity to not only share ideas but hear fresh perspective and discussion of the important role young professionals play in shaping the future of our city. And then the next day, 29th of January, Sean and Partners Iron Series final media launched, and you can see at the launch I caught up with local legend Ellie Day and Courtney Hancock and young guns Ethan Callahan and Lucy Derbyshire ahead of what was an exciting weekend of Iron Series racing. I now hand over to Acting Mayor Mark Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning to you and to council colleagues. On the 18th of February, it was my great pleasure to launch the International Expression of Interest campaign for our ARC residual waste from energy project. Going out to the market, Mr Mayor, for opening that process is a fairly significant milestone on this project, and one that I think is really important to acknowledge. We know how critical this project is to our city's future, and to now be out in the market, to have those consortiums that have been forming up around the world now preparing to put in their expression of interest is really amazing. I look forward to those coming back to us very soon. Mr Mayor, on the same day, it was my pleasure to join Susan Crisp, EDGM of Business Services, out at the CityLink depot at Carrara to officially open this Carrara depot expansion. Mr Mayor, I really enjoyed taking a tour of the facilities and meeting with a lot of our frontline officers who are out in our parks, out in our beaches, out delivering footpaths and upgrades around the place. They were incredibly complimentary about the new facilities and what it means for them. I did make the point that somehow the same pink couches that made it into bundle ended up out there as well, which I noticed a lot of the frontline people weren't sitting on. We'll have to change the colour of those, Mr CEO. Mr Mayor, on the 19th of February, we had the City Planning Industry Breakfast. It was a pleasure to be joined by several councillors and representatives of both city officers and state officers, with well over 250 people in the room and a waiting list of 50 people to come along to that breakfast. We explored some of the future that's coming with the city with the new planning scheme with LGMS. We heard an interesting perspective from Matt Schramer around what he is seeing on the ground in terms of investment flowing in the city and what his buyers are looking for in the city's future. Mr Mayor, our officers continue to work hard to make sure that what we're doing in the new scheme reflects the needs of today, but very much the needs of tomorrow as well. Mr Mayor, the same day, it was wonderful to head down to Southport for the 2026 Lunar New Year media launch. I was convinced to grab the symbols. I was told I had no choice, but was really pleased to be there and experience the launch of that event. There was a lot of excitement around the place just in that 10 minutes that we were there for the media launch, the amount of locals coming out from local businesses of how excited they were for the Lunar New Year celebrations. I'm told, Mr Mayor, that once again it was a great success, and every year we're seeing growth in this event, so look forward to being there again next year. I then ducked over to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the announcement of the 2026 Paris Swimming World Series coming to the Gold Coast. Mr Mayor, this is, I think, a really special event to be hosting in the city, a city that talks about legacy as we approach the games of what this legacy before an Olympics looks like. It looks like making sure that things like World Paris Swimming Championships are supported by our city, bringing an event that normally is tacked on to the end of the Victorian Nationals is now a standalone event run the way it should be. Mr Mayor, is particularly special, so Alexa Leary is there and Tommy Gallagher. There was a swimming carnival with one of the local schools happening in the pool next door, and to see school kids recognise Alexa Leary and come and ask for a signature, I thought was really cool, and it just demonstrates where para sports and especially para swimming in Australia is getting to. I'm really pleased to be there with the city supporting this event. Mr Mayor, on the 19th of February, we also had the Inside Pompeii exhibition opening. Can I thank Councillor Castra for taking the reins on this one for us? He was joined by Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Dora and Councillor Tozer. Our federal member Angie Bell and local state MP Ray Stevens were there as well. Mr Mayor, this event and the exhibition, sorry Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates was there too. Mr Mayor, this exhibition is a really unique one. The opportunity we provide with this exhibition is one that no other capital city in the country is getting. It's coming here to us. It's a really big thing. If you haven't been over to see it yet, can I really encourage you to go take a look, because it really does demonstrate the power of when you've got a purpose-built facility that can handle these kind of exhibitions, some of the opportunities that exist around the world to bring these things here. It'll be the only place in Australia that you ever get to see some of this material. Mr Mayor, on Wednesday the 25th, we had the Netball Queensland 2026 Suncorp Spirit Cup. It was my pleasure to go out, do the coin toss and a short opening before the Firebirds took on the Sunshine Coast Lightning. Really pleasing, Mr Mayor, just over 2,500 people in attendance out at Carrara to watch some excellent netball and even more pleasing, Mr. Mayor, it was all young kids. It was all young Gold Coast netballers there for a really awesome activation event beforehand, but there to watch their heroes and their inspiration on a Gold Coast court. I'm really pleased to talk with the CEO of Netball Queensland more about what netball growth in the Gold Coast looks like, what more facilities look like, and hopefully the chance in the not-too-distant future for the Gold Coast to have its own netball team. Mr. Mayor, on the 25th of February, was joined by Councillor Tozer as we discussed the absolutely magnificent upgrades that have occurred out at Firth Park and Mudgeeraba. If that is not one of the most special aerial photos I've seen of a project in the city recently, really, really amazing stuff. As councillors are aware, Mr. Mayor, TC Alfred wreaked a bit of havoc out at Firth Park. Some of the existing facilities were severely damaged. The chance for the city to pivot very quickly to use its existing contract that was in place to then expand and renew those courts and deliver an even better facility overall is a great outcome. Very excited, Mr. Mayor, that I think based on Councillor Tozer's comments, the amount of participation in netball out at Firth Park, that we're going to need more courts out there very soon. A great challenge to have, but one for all of us to focus on. Mr. Mayor, on the 25th of February, we also had the 2026 Junior Council announcement. This was really special. It was joined by Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer and Councillor Doran. Can I thank Councillor Tozer for emceeing the day, did a wonderful job as always. Mr. Mayor, the Junior Council Executive Committee swore in their executive and their mayor and deputy mayor for 2026. I think it was very fair to say that there was a couple of very, very surprised individuals when they were announced as deputy mayor and junior mayor for this year. For those of you who were there and heard Olivia deliver her speech, I think we can absolutely understand why the panel chose Olivia, because she is an exceptional young leader, and I really look forward to attending more events with councillors this year as our Junior Council kicks off its year. Mr. Mayor, on the same day, we had the Clean Up Australia Day announcement. So just getting out there, encouraging Gold Coasters, local school children, local businesses to get involved in helping keep their city clean. We are also proud of where we call home and putting in that extra day in that year where we get out and just do that little bit of extra effort to make sure our local waterways, our local parks are as pristine as possible for our residents and guests alike is really important. I'm told right around the Gold Coast that participation in Clean Up Australia Day this year was incredibly strong. And I think a lot of that comes down to, Mr. Mayor, that a lot of divisional councillors have put a lot of effort in to growing particular events in their community. So congratulations to them, and congratulations on another successful Clean Up Australia Day. Mr. Mayor, on not the 25th of February, but the Saturday night after that, it was my absolute pleasure to attend the 57th Gold Coast Sports Awards and deliver a keynote speech in your place. In attendance were the good Councillor Lacastra, Tozer and Taylor. We were joined by Federal MP Leon Rebello and State MP Rob Mulhook. Absolute pleasure to deliver that keynote speech to award some particularly special individuals and organisations for their contribution to sport right across our city, which, as we all understand, is more than just the people who win the awards or might win gold or might win the premiership. It's about acknowledging all the volunteers, the coaches, the supporters behind, and especially the business community back sport on the Gold Coast. There was a lot of emphasis on the night, Mr. Mayor, on the Grow for Gold campaign, which I know is a campaign you have backed really strongly. To see those 10 athletes up on the stage who are going to receive $10,000 a year for the next 7 years to help them reach their Olympic aspirations was excellent. It was also my absolute pleasure to pass on the Mayor's Award in your place. Mr. Mayor, I'll throw that back to you.
Okay. So, councillors, I'll start with my meeting on the 2nd of February with Canadian Olympic Team Chief of Staff. Eric oversees all aspects of the Games, relationship with Canadian system, athlete relationship, international partnership. During the meeting, we had discussion about centred around location of the Canadian Olympic team to be based here on the Gold Coast, and I, being a salesperson, you're going to have to move fast. USA, Great Britain, you know, all the well-known large team are looking at the Gold Coast. So, and if you want space, you better make the commitment. So it was quite good. There's only a single photo there because I forgot to take a dual photo together. Just why not? You forget. Then I caught up with President of International Hockey Federation several times, and really just it was him who pushed hard for us to host the hockey on the Gold Coast, and now we're looking at other international events of hockey to be here, and so Andrew Liveris joined our meeting as well. So we will get a lot of hockey. We'll see what World Cup we can have, and Australian titles, and so forth. The next meeting's with President of International Canoe Federation and Thomas Konoski. Thomas was recently on the Gold Coast, and of course we're pushing hard to host major world championship event. I showed him that Damien Leading Park would be a wonderful location. I think the World Championship is around. There's one championship in 2029, and then there's a multidiscipline championship in 2030. And my view of it is that if we're good enough for the world, for the paddlers, for the canoe, surely we're good enough for the Olympics, and we'll see how we go there. Opening ceremony. So that's before the opening day. That was at the Opera House, and of course that's a selfie with Andrew and I, and it was good to listen to both the IOC President Christy Coventry and also the President of Italian Republic Sergio Mattarella. He was very popular, and so that's one part of it. And the next bit was the Olympic torch relay. I was honoured to represent the Gold Coast. It's a torchbearer ahead of the opening ceremony. This provided another opportunity to promote our city on international stage and talk to organisers of the relay about the impact of the city and essential timing of communication with community to minimise impact. And that photo with the police was quite funny because I had that uniform on. There's so many people coming under the fenced off to do selfies, and all of a sudden I did one or two, and I thought, oh, that'll do. And there was all of a sudden there's a mob wanting to have photos and things. So the police came up to disperse everyone, and then I said, well, how about you and I? Typical Australian. Anyhow, Brisbane 2032 event. During the event, I had opportunity to meet with President of World Triathlon, Antonio Armani. Great discussion for a potential opportunity for triathletes to train and compete on the Gold Coast ahead of the Brisbane 2032. Then I meet up with Deputy Director General Olympic and Paralympic Games. I caught up with her and the benefit to receive a planning update on a range of areas. So it's good to keep close. Then the women's prelim ice hockey, USA and Czech. Believe it or not, Winter Olympics, that's the only sport that I had time to go to. I just didn't have time to go to any other sport. And interesting enough that good valuable opportunities. I was sitting there, and then security came in wanting to move me and all that, and I sat there, and JD Vance, his wife, and the two kids was with me, and then Andrew goes, "Oh, did you talk to him?" I said, "Mate, there's a lot of security, but I'll have the opportunity to talk to his boss the following week." Is he in there? Does he? He does do, doesn't he? So We're having a close look. Then the opening ceremony was phenomenal. 68,000 spectators in the stand at Milano San Siro Olympic Stadium. What's different on this one is that the televising from 4 different areas, but on television you think it's all happening in the one location. It's a very spread out game. There's Livino, Predazzo and Cortina, as well as Milan. I thought to myself that the game's called Milan Cortina. I can't see why it can't be Brisbane Gold Coast summer games, but anyway. Anyway, I keep it to myself. So, spectacular event. Next day, Saturday, 7th of February, following Council's decision to progress the sister city relationship with Ancient Olympiad, I met with Mayor from Ancient Olympiad, and he asked me to call him Aris, so I don't have to say his whole Greek name, and we discussed a lot of what mutually beneficial for the two. He suggested we sign the sister city agreement, and at Ancient Olympiad, he was telling me that he's going to set it up, and it's going to be, it's going to go right around Greece, and because what it is this year is the 2,800 year celebration of the first Olympic Games. And he wants us to be front and centre as we sign as part of that 2008 celebration of Olympic Games. And so the dates are being worked out with him, and see what happens. And I know that I got so many texts and email from the Greek community, not just Gold Coast, but throughout, welcoming the announcement. So, but I'll come to that in confidential items later on, and you'll see how Ancient Olympiad can really help the city of the Gold Coast for the Olympic Games. Then I met with the Airbnb representative, the global head of policy and communication of Airbnb, and basically they got a huge role to play for Olympic and Paralympic Games, and so he's given me a heads up, and they're willing to help whatever they can do for the Gold Coast. And I met with a representative from World Skate, and World Skate President Sabatani Aruko, and the Vice President and their Sports Director. The Gold Coast, they know, produces world-class skateboarders, including gold medalists Keegan Palmer and Arisa Through, and we're of course talking about other events to be held here on the Gold Coast, and of course we want action sport to be held here during the Olympics. That's another part. What you do is you get the World Organisation to cheer the Gold Coast, and by the time the Olympic Committee talks to them, and we've got a good advocate for the city. And of course, next one is a discussion on international canoe, and at the Casa Italia Olympic exhibition, and Secretary General of International Canoe Federation, Richard Petit, as well as IOC members. During the meeting, we discussed the practicalities surrounding city planning, particularly in relation to holding an Olympics and Paralympic events across multiple cities and venues. It was also a great discussion with Petit, the potential of our city to host future world-class paddle events at Damien Leading Park. Then went across to Dubai, Skyport Dubai. Went there. It's during construction, and in short, the city is looking at the aviation travel commute within the city. That's what it'll look like, and where they're putting it. There's 5 stations, and so From there, I went and met with Chief Executive Officer of the Public Transport Agency, Ahmed, and he was telling me more about how this is going to work, and it'll be open late this year. So he said that I'm welcome to come and have a look how the air travel within the city can absolutely revolutionise Dubai. So I'm watching it with interest, but potentially let's see whether or not we can adopt this similar solution for our city. So that means that we may have an airport, and from different areas, if we want to get to Brisbane Airport, it'll only be 20-25 minutes, and you're not stuck on the M1. And the at the moment it's four in the cabin, including the pilot, and they've got ability to have autopilot. But I said to him that I'd like to have the pilot there, not in some control room if I'm trialling it. So the next one is meeting with future Foundation CEO, His Excellency Kalfa Delhoud. I've met him many times, and what the Dubai Future Foundation is doing is really, they've got labs, any innovation, including acceleration program, incubators, labs and knowledge platform. It's all happening there. It's a great building. I've gone through that previous time. And what I said to His Excellency is that we've got health and knowledge precinct here, and we've got startups and all those. We should do futures program conduit between Dubai and our health and knowledge precinct, so that we can give a leg up to some of our entrepreneurs here in our startup labs, and they can do connectivity with people who's willing to use the funds from Dubai to support our Gold Coast innovation. So we'll work on that. Next, I met up with CAA Portis, caught up with David Portis, and they're a global sports management consultancy that advises government, sport bodies, and private sector organisation. I didn't know how big they were until David said, "Look, you're going to LA. I can hook you up with our head office at CAA Portis there in LA." And I said, "Yeah, I'd love to go and learn more about CAA Portis. I'll talk to you more about that when we get there." And then meeting with TIQ Commissioner, he's for the Middle East, and Mr. Yunus is freshly appointed. So we were going to go to Abu Dhabi to look at the waste to energy plant there, but due to restructuring of executives, it was a bit sensitive, so we didn't go there. And next one, Tribe Infrastructure meeting in Abu Dhabi. So we went and had the meeting there with the founder of Tribe Infrastructure. They're an international infrastructure advisory firm specialised in planning, financing and delivering of large-scale projects across energy, waste, water and transport. I think I talked to him about our waste to energy project, and he said he can be more than happy to come out and have a look at what you're doing, and point us in the direction how, on his opinion, that you can structure the financing part. So I'll talk to the board about that and let the officers do the connectivity there. Went across to USA, so caught up with Eric and Lara Trump. I witnessed the signing of the agreement contract on the Trump Tower between the Trump organisation and Altus, the developer. And as you can see, the rendition, it'll be, they're planning to do 91 stories, but all the applications got to come in. I won't talk much more about that, except for that I had a long conversation with the president, and he was absolutely known who I am, what they're doing, and I was focusing more on the film industry and potential tariff. I did mention to him that we use a lot of Americans there, and don't be confused, Mel Gibson is American. And so we want to build further relationship with the film industry. And then I'll go quickly. Went to Walt Disney Studio and met with all the executives there. Went to Amazon MGM Studio, met with the top executives there. And then we had the TEQ Friends of Queensland dinner, and I caught up with Tim Mander and opportunity to connect before Good Day Week happens. And then the next day, Warner Brothers Discovery, New Line Cinema, met with the executives there. They did Aquaman, Scooby-Doo and San Andreas, and then met with Legendary Entertainment, who's filming here right now. And then as soon as I finished, I went across to do Today show Live Cross to Carl and Sarah, give them highlights what's happening to Good Day USA, and of course they want to talk about investment from the Trump organisation. Netflix Studio, went straight there and meeting with Tate Sarandis, the CEO of Netflix, and Ted is probably one of the most powerful film executive or president in Hollywood right now. He does a lot of, as you know, Netflix, I don't explain to you. Ted's the guy on the left there. And next, Osfilm, Australian Effects Mixer. And, that's not them, that's Will and Ruth. In attendance with Honourable Don Farrell, Minister of Trade and Tourism. And it was great to join International Film Studios production company, Visual Effects Houses, to celebrate Australian excellence in VFX. And of course, I'm in negotiation with them to come to the Gold Coast and relocate. Good Day USA, Los Angeles Business Roundtable. The list is extensive. I've got the list of all the executives that attend. I was asked to speak, and there's a lot of learnings there, so I'm so pleased to able to be there. I'll talk more about it in close because it's commercial and confidence. Australia Sporting Nation, and that was fun with SoFi Stadium, and it's huge, this stadium. I think something like $7 billion they spent, like just out of this world, and it's enclosed. And there's Dickie there, good on him. Right, and then there's LA 2028, Australian House Showcase. We'll revisit this in closed. Shadowbox Studio, we'll revisit that in closed. Meeting in CA, gee, Ruth's going to kill me for putting that up. Anyway, meeting with CA Portis, I'll give you that in closed because it's commercial and confidence. Good Day USA Arts Gala Ball, that's what that photo's for. So we attended that. They had the pleasure of joining our homegrown honorees, including Millie Alcock, a very talented young lady, Yvonne Strusky, and Ian Thorpe, AM. And you got the report there. You can Google those names, and it's incredible what they've achieved in the film industry and athletic, and just being great Australians. Global Horizon Alliance. I met with Sam Cook, Gary Beers, Toby Rad, Paul Stefanik, and from Australian Made USA. They're the people who help promote the any Australian company across in collaboration there. Gold Coast, then I came back, Gold Coast Music Hall. Carolyn Taylor and I was in attendance. And is there a video there? Okay, play the video, it's easier.
A multi-million-dollar project to transform the transit centre in Surfers Paradise into a music mecca is a step closer. Construction kicking off on the music hall today as the Mayor returned from a month-long trip overseas.
Back on the tools after a whirlwind international trip.
Expressing my joy of being able to smash a wall. I can't do it at the chamber, so I thought I'll really go for it here.
The Mayor setting the tone as construction kicked off on the $40 million music hall.
That money is repositioned from the asset renewal, so it won't hurt our cash flow.
The indoor performance space in the centre of Surfers Paradise.
We've always had challenges for businesses in this area, so it's going to bring a large volume of people to the western end. It will activate this site.
Set to accommodate 2,500 people standing, despite the home of the arts just over 2 kilometres away.
Why not have something even hotter on this side?
Plans as well for an arena at Kerry Park.
The arena is more focused on sport events. We can convert that into music events as well, but the capacity is going to be, I'll let it out of the bag, I'm shooting for 15,000.
The music hall set for curtains up in early 2028.
Before the next election, because I want to unveil the plaque and with my name on it.
The attached Bruce Bishop car park also getting an upgrade as the Transit Centre's new Cypress Avenue home undergoes a transformation of its own. Paige Van Lunteren, 9.
Very good. Next item is citizenship ceremony on the 3rd of March. Another 1,116 new Australian citizen has chosen the Gold Coast to be their home. Next item, surf robotics. We'll talk about that in close as well, the surf robotics. And then there's the Gold Coast Women in Business Awards winners. Councillor Hamill was there. What's your impression, Councillor Hamill, of that luncheon?
Mr. Mayor, that group of women are an amazing group of talented people in our city who some of the things they're up to, some of their ideas for the future in the research space, education space, the sporting space, just an extraordinary set of women. And Mr. Mayor, just to reflect what you said on the day, that having these awards that have been in place for so long on the Gold Coast, continuing to support them the way that we do is really critical, and that there was a lot of sincerity in the room that day of the city's support for this event moving forward. And just a brilliant lunch, and I really look forward to catching up with all of those winners more because they are extraordinary Gold Coasters. Incredible talent. Then they appear again on today's show. They want to know 1 year on from recovery of the Cyclone Alfred. So I took the opportunity to show that we are resilient and recovered and expert. I recall it'll take 3 or 4 years to get our beach recovered. Well, we did it in 9 months, and for 90%. And we still got a bit of work to do for the vulnerable part, especially narrow neck, and we've got to do some work on upgrading that artificial reef and potential groin. So that's the 1 year on. So I want, and that's the that was today's show, and this one to the rest of the Gold Coast. And next one, meeting with members of the Hebrew congregation. I met with Rabbi Gorovich and Janet Kornhauser, and the book of Jewish knowledge they gave to me, basically in the recognition of what we did for the Jewish community in the time of grief. And then I met with Chinese Consul General from Brisbane, and Dr. Ruan. I've met him before, and he just
he's saying Australia is going to grow more with Chinese tourists, and it's really about the federal government to relax the tourist visa from China. Other countries are doing it. Gold Coast Suns opening round. How good was that? And knocked over the finalists, and couldn't have a better start. And each quarter we were leading, and everyone said, "Oh, they're strong to come back." And but no, I think we're going to look good this year with the Suns, and barring injuries, of course. I know Matt Rouse is coming back. He's got his surgery on his finger. So I recommend councillors then go out and support the Suns this year. Board Riders Battle Grand Final. They're the winners. Congratulations to the winners. I think they were North Shelley Board Riders Club. I think the waves are pumping. 2 days event. What it is it's a team event where you got to have a senior, you got to have a youth, you got to have a lady in there, and then you got 2 opens. So you pick whoever else you want. And what I find interesting, and I love it, that when they've done their surf, they run down, get in the water and surf all the way, and coming in, they got to run back up the Burleigh Hills, and you can tell that the athletes, they're flat out, their legs are heavy and tired, but the organiser allowed the kids to be there running with the athletes, and the kids are very enthusiastic, so they were outrunning the athletes because they're fresh, and I could see that it was good, but it was hard on the athletes on that, and the crowd were good and full of spirit. Next one, female change room, announced that yesterday. Councillors, congratulations on this initiative from all of us to back and to have 8 clubs and across 5 sports, and really the change rooms going in. They're prefab, so it's the most effective. Some of you can recall back maybe 8 years ago when we were doing some toilets along the beach, and there was about $2.5 million. It's like, it's toilet, And I remember we were going to do another toilet, and they quoted us $2.5 million down towards Runaway Bay. And I went and inspected, and there's a house for sale right near where the toilet we're going to build. And I said, why don't you just buy the house for $1 million, right? And so this is value for money. So, and councillors, when we get to a budget, I really recommend that we repeat this. Participation in lady sports since 2021 has grown by 50%. So it's about balancing, it's about catching up. So I put to you, councillors, let's really look at that, and one of the items we should all embrace again, because it's a need and it's only fair. Councillors, it's now time for me to go give you a bit more detail on some of the items that I said I'll revisit in confidence. And so, Councillor, I move that we, due to commercial in confidence, that we visit LA 28, Australia House, Shadowbox Studio, meeting with CAA Portis, and Serve Robotics. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mr. CEO, can you cause the gallery to be empty? Screaming And Mr. CEO, could you let the officers know the gallery is now open for business? Right. Well, councillors, Mayor's report. I move that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. Second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Right. Clarification, nil. Business arising from the minutes, I've got nil. Presentation, I go to 9.1. Who's doing that one? Mr. CEO. All right.
Well, give me a moment.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. Took a while, eh?
I thought you were in the office. I didn't
Can you turn it on and all that? Yeah, great.
So you just not allowed to walk in front till I come and get you. So I presented to him.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Tate. Good morning, councillors. On behalf of the Gold Coast Show Society Incorporated, it gives me a great honour to be here today to present a life membership to Mayor Tom Tate for his dedication and commitment to the Gold Coast Show. Our history over the last few years is well documented, and it's been very important for us as office bearers to have the support of not only the council but also of Tom in particular. His attendance at the shows since my inauguration in 2019 has been a standout. In the eyes of our chief stewards, they reported to me the delight when he actually visited many of the exhibitions, met riders at the equestrian, and spoke to other life members and members of our organisation. That support is what underpins the values of the Gold Coast Show. It is run by volunteers who are committed, and it is their passion that brings us to where we are today. Mayor Tom Tate, it gives me great pleasure on behalf of the 2025 Committee of Management, supported by the Chief Stewards of our agricultural show competition sectors, to bestow on you the life membership.
Thank you very much. Oh, next time you come to the show. Yes, I get in for free.
You do.
We'll do a photo in the front here. Okay, now we go to recognition, continuous service to the community, 10 years. And so this is for recognition of 10 years continuous service representing Division 5 as a Gold Coast City Councillor. I call Councillor Peter Young to come. Wow. But wait, there's more. This is to 10 years of continuous service representing Division 14. I ask Councillor Gail O'Neill. Oh, okay. Councillor, we'll skip morning tea for a minute and we'll just keep going for a bit longer. Item 10, conflict of interest, nil. 11, we'll go 11.1, planning. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 865th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 24th of February 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 7 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I thought we might go deal with item 6.2 first.
6.2, councillors.
And I'm happy to move the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Move recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gates. Back to you, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, item 6.2 deals with another change application to a tower proposal in Palm Beach. It is for a very minor change to the original approval, adding 2.5 metres in height to the building. There's also some cosmetic changes to the facade of the building, especially the top of the building. Fair bit of discussion at committee around those changes, but endorsement at committee that the changes are very minor, that it actually looked like a superior product and that it should be approved, and urging my colleagues to support this application here at Council today.
You want to speak against the motion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'll be brief on this one because we did talk about it at committee. And the nuance around this application, well, albeit it was only the 2.5 metres, it followed a series of applications. You know, there was originally a code MCU, followed by an impact accessible application, which I supported at the time. But this third other change, I believe, tipped the scales too far. And Mr Mayor, that was because in the centre zone of Palm Beach, uplift beyond 39 metres does not have a defined cap of the 50%, and that was introduced in the 2016 plan. So with no cap, there's ultimately no set limit. So, Mr Mayor, at committee we discussed how do we define a limit, and councillors need to exercise some discretion around finding what that set height limit is, and that is that it reflects the local character and local identity of Palm Beach. Mr Mayor, it was only 2.5 metres, but this now becomes the tallest tower again in Palm Beach, and whilst I supported it below the 50%, with the majority of the dwellings in the centre zone being 1 and 2 stories, I felt this was a bridge too far, and following a series of amendments, Mr Mayor, when I was consultant on it, I supported them finding those, some of those architectural changes already exist in the 58 metres that we had granted approval for. So, Mr Mayor, I failed to see how the additional new threshold height reinforced the identity. No submissions were raised, but again, Mr Mayor, we talked about committee about a series of applications, and that we do need to draw the line somewhere to reflect that local identity. So this was just too far for me. So, Mr Mayor, I will be voting against this proposal.
Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin's exactly right. This is the third change to this approval, and I think that reflects the current market we find ourselves in, that by the time a developer gets an approval, gets a constructor and a financier locked in, that the market is still moving at such a rapid rate that we're seeing a lot of applications come back for changes. It is a very minor change. The extra 2.5 metres does not add any additional units to the site. It just changes the layout of the top floors to meet the market demand and the developers' demand of what they're expecting. Still has all the compliant car parking that was in place. The setbacks remain the same, and we've seen some minor changes to the facade, which I think should be supported. That it still meets that high architectural merit we expect. I believe it should be supported by councillors today.
Councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Supermajority. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I take us to item 6.4, if I could please, to move a change recommendation.
Go ahead. The seconder, Councillor Gates. Speak on it, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I will if I could please. If I could just very quickly explain the changes to the recommendation, and then I'll speak to it. So, Mr Mayor, I think a printed copy has been provided to all councillors now. So the changes from the committee recommendation are in red. Just that instead of council endorsing the local growth management strategy, now provides in principle support. This was some wording that was suggested at committee by some other councillors. I raised a concern at the time that without a clarity for officers of what work needed to occur in a time frame before endorsement, that I didn't think we could support that at committee. What I've come up with in working with city officers, Mr Mayor, is number 3, which provides clarity of a time frame in the work to occur in between. So what we effectively are doing here is saying that the in-principle support allows the head of power for officers to get into the statutory process, to have all of that work available to inform the statutory process and inform the community consultation, but that we won't formally endorse the LGMS until we endorse a new draft of the new planning scheme before it gets sent up to state interest check. The beauty of that is that the draft new planning scheme, with all its zoning maps, its height maps, all its overlays, will then be able to mirror the LGMS and vice versa. So I'm hoping that will bring a level of comfort to councillors and deals with that part there. Mr Mayor, the only other part in the change recommendation I'd speak to quickly before I speak to the speech. The directions for growth have been called out specifically in consultation with city officers. They felt it was really important, given the amount of engagement and consultation that went into those directions for growth, to have those endorsed and supported today. These are the directions of growth that really talked about the language and the visuals that the community members who participated in the engagement consultation wanted to see reflected in the consultation through the new planning scheme process. So by endorsing those, we're just giving officers that head of power that particular piece of work, which isn't all the technical stuff, it's not the maps, it's just the directions for growth, that they can go ahead and use that in the consultation. Mr Mayor, if there's no questions on that part, I did have a short speech I wanted to go through.
Okay, you still got some time.
Mr Mayor, councillors, I hope it's not lost on my colleagues today. This is a fairly important step in the journey in our new planning scheme. It's one that, especially for new councillors, their first planning committee, when they came into this place, we were straight into the idea of an LGMS and the new planning scheme, and that acknowledging that today, that this is an important step in the journey to our new planning scheme. The local growth management strategy is the result of 18 months of work. I want to be very clear today that the decision today is not about locking in what growth happens in which suburb. It's about supporting the strategic evidence base that will guide the preparation of our new planning scheme. Mr Mayor, before we vote, I would like, and I think it's important to reflect on how we got here today, that we reflect back on why we've undertaken this work and why we endorsed an LGMS process. As every councillor would be aware, during 2017 and 2023, the city attempted several major amendments to the current city plan. Those amendments were not successful in most parts. This was largely because the former state government, industry bodies and parts of our community did not support the amendments, either because they did not believe they would work or because they felt they'd not been adequately listened to or brought on the journey. Reflecting on that experience, council had a choice. We could have launched straight into another statutory planning process and hoped for a different outcome. But as you'd all be familiar with, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And I really do think if we would have launched straight back in the statutory process, we just would have got the same result. The other option was to pause, to take stock and to start a different conversation with our community. A conversation about growth, about the scale of the challenge ahead, and to focus not just on the perceived negatives of growth, but also to refocus the conversation around the positive opportunities that can come from it. We recognise that the LGMS pathway gave us the opportunity to engage with residents in a new way. The LGMS is a non-statutory process. It has allowed us the flexibility to revisit conversations with our community and targeted groups. We've been able to refine the language, breaking it down into language that everyday Gold Coasters can better understand. We've been able to refine the visuals that we've used to make sure that the public understood and that we were able to close the circle of when they said something to us, we could demonstrate back in the language and the visuals that we'd heard it and that we'd captured that feedback accurately. It gave us some really interesting insights into the language and the understanding needed to inform the foundation of our new planning scheme. That flexibility just does not exist in the statutory process, where the rules are much tighter and changes can result in months, sometimes years of delay. Critical to the LGMS pathway was establishing a strong evidence base to support future growth directions, driven by data and fact, not rumours or emotion. The LGMS is backed by significant technical reporting from our infrastructure networks and modelling teams, demonstrating where there is existing infrastructure capacity and where the upgrades could support additional growth. It is some of the most detailed infrastructure modelling ever undertaken by the city. It brings together all of our infrastructure networks under the same planning horizon. Water networks, wastewater networks, transport networks, community facilities, open space, all of the networks for the first time working to the same planning horizon. To councillors, I would say that is not a small undertaking and one that we should be really happy with, that the organisation has come together in that way. Mr Mayor, there was some talk at committee and a little bit of talk since about the consultation process that has gone at LGMS. And I've got to admit, I was a bit disappointed by some suggestions that somehow the consultation was not genuine or broad enough. The consultation approach, which was supported by councillors, there was a series of reports on the scope of how this consultation was to be done, and which was unanimously supported by councillors, deliberately sought to do something different, purposely sought to do it in a different way. Too often in planning conversations, we hear from the same voices saying the same things through the same surveys. Instead, we took a more deliberate and scientific approach to ensure that we captured a genuine cross-section of Gold Coasters, all ages, suburbs, professions and backgrounds. Through this consultation process, we had 4,000 people complete very detailed surveys. We had 24,000 people visit the project website or engage with our interactive platforms. We had 300 people participate in the Community Insights panel. We had hundreds more take part in 23 in-person workshops held at all different parts of the city, including many councillors attending those workshops. We've had engagement with the Community Reference Group, the Industry Reference Group and the Planning Scheme Advisory Group. And with councillors, we've continued to provide updates, including 15 updates on the LGMS through committee and council. Mr Mayor, I really do want to strongly dispute any suggestion that the consultation informing the LGMS was not genuine or broad. While people may not personally agree with some of the findings, and that's their right, but the process itself represents one of the most reliable qualitative feedback surveys and consultation pieces the city has ever undertaken on planning and growth. This consultation has provided valuable insights. The survey data clearly showed differences between younger and older residents. Younger residents are significantly more likely to support a broader range of housing options across the city, recognising the growing difficulty of entering the housing market. Older residents expressed stronger concerns about neighbourhood change and infrastructure impacts. Coastal residents were generally more concerned about growth pressures, development intensity, traffic congestion and protecting coastal character and lifestyle. Residents and homeowners in inland and growth areas were generally more open to growth in business centres along major transport corridors, particularly where supported by investment in transport, jobs and services. Despite these differences, all groups had some common themes. They wanted council to be protecting the environment and green spaces, ensuring infrastructure and transport kept pace with growth. They wanted to see us tackle the challenge of improving housing affordability and diversity. They wanted us to provide clearer information and transparency about future development. And they wanted us to protect local character and community amenity. Importantly, no perspective is right or wrong, but together they highlight the complexity of the conversation we need to have as a city. Groups such as Community Alliance, who have often been strong advocates for community and council involvement in planning decisions, have acknowledged that the way council has approached this process through evidence and consultation has been the right approach. In fact, the Alliance's president, Mr Hicks, went on to say that we support the LGMS because its higher level planning content is sound Yes, there may be points of detail that need to be tweaked, but this was always the intent of the iterative process involving the community leading into the new planning scheme. We support the current project timeline for the new planning scheme because we consider the existing city plan must be replaced as soon as possible, as it is delivering outcomes that are not fit for purpose. Councillors, what the LGMS does and does not do, I think, is important, and I'd like to clarify a few points, because it is clear about what today's decision represents. Supporting the LGMS does not approve zoning, doesn't approve building heights or specific development outcomes. Those decisions will occur through the new planning scheme, where councillors in the community will have further opportunities to review and shape the detail. This strategy establishes an evidence-based foundation for how our city will manage growth over the next 20 years and beyond. It forms the foundation not only for the new planning scheme, but for future planning decisions right across our city. Mr. Mayor, one conversation that has emerged a little bit recently, and I completely understand the instinct, is debate has quickly gone to a focus on suburb by suburb or even street level concerns. I want to respectfully remind councillors this is not the purpose of LGMS. The LGMS is a whole of city strategic document. It identifies where evidence shows growth capacity exists across the city based on infrastructure, land supply and planning. But it does not determine zoning, building heights or street level planning outcomes. That work occurs through the new planning scheme process, where all that detailed work will occur. That is when the granular suburb by suburb conversations with our community, with councillors in tow, provided with communication and engagement tools to support those individual discussions in their divisions, will occur. Councillors in their communities will continue to be consulted through the process. Their feedback will help shape the final planning scheme. I say here today that we genuinely commit to councillor and community engagement throughout this entire process. So when a map in the LGMS identifies that a suburb has capacity to accommodate growth, it does not mean development is imminent or inevitable. It may occur in 5, 10, 15, even 20 years. It may not occur at all. The LGMS simply identifies potential capacity based on the best available information we have today. Importantly, the strategy is not set in stone. The day after it is endorsed in the future, it will be time eroded. That is why it will be critical to make sure that as new information becomes available, that we update the LGMS. As developments are approved, as infrastructure corridors are delivered, as new census data becomes available, as regional planning settings change, we will need to update the LGMS to make sure it remains contemporary and fit for purpose. Mr. Mayor, councillors, I ask you to remember why we started this process. We said we wanted to approach the conversation about growth differently. We wanted a research-based, evidence-led foundation for the next planning scheme. We wanted to engage our community more openly about the scale of the challenge ahead. And we wanted to provide councillors with better information than we've ever had before to support those conversations. I truly do believe the strategy that is in front of us today delivers on those commitments. And I would urge all of you to be prepared to support the LGMS here today and let us get on with the new planning scheme work.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson? No, against. It's how it works. Yeah, well, I'm going for against. I'm a bit slow, but please be patient. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Martin?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion.
I'm asking you if anyone wants to speak against.
Well, it would depend if my amendment would be accepted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's hear it.
Mr. Mayor, I've provided just the point to chamber support, which would be a number 9. And Mr. Mayor, that amendment would be acknowledging Councillor Hamill's motion here, all of the changes that he's proposed, but the additional point would be that the city form and city shape defined within the local growth management strategy shall be administratively amended to align with the state regional plan that's currently shaping SEQ 2023, insofar as medium-rise building height will be no greater than that defined within the relevant regional plan. So there is alignment with the state plan.
All right. Seconder, Councillor Tozer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, it was a key matter that we discussed at Planning Committee, and fully acknowledge that the document is broad and is not at a local level. But Mr. Mayor, what the LGMS does is define the labels, defines labels around medium rise, which is labels that planners and councillors use, but what is underpinned by that are stories, and that's what the community sees. And so, Mr Mayor, in the regional plan, medium rise is defined up to 8 stories, but at our local LGMS, we are defining medium rise up to 10 stories. And Mr Mayor, I think that will create a lot of angst, and so I think alignment is key to the regional plan. I just don't want to see us having a conversation with community that says, oh yes, it's medium rise. Oh, it was the old medium rise, which was 8 story. Oh, old medium rise, the new medium rise is 10 story. Mr Mayor, that's not even us talking about uplift provisions, which would be a further disparity. So I think alignment is key. I can't understand why we would be greater. I accept that there might be a discussion where there's current regional plans being worked on, and that might change from the state. And that's why, Mr Mayor, my motion says that we will be in alignment. If there is alignment, if those goalposts move by the state, then we would follow suit. But, Mr Mayor, I can't understand why we would be labelling a greater amount of stories. I acknowledge that, you know, there might have been times where some taller buildings have gone through in medium rise under the 2016 plan, but I think that is potentially a loophole that should be addressed, not just let go of. So I accept, you know, and I don't think that is a localised street issue. That is the whole of city. So we're just talking about the same thing. I think we should be absolutely in alignment with the state. And Mr Mayor, I think given this is a non-statutory document, I don't think even my change then would have a material impact on the outcome, but I think alignment is warranted, and just symbols that we are working together with the state for both industry and the community. So we're all on the same song sheet, Mr Mayor. So thank you for accepting the motion.
Okay. Question, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, my question, this has raised some interesting issues for me. My question through you to the Executive General Manager of Planning is, Planning and Reg, is are there any other misalignments, or is this medium rise definition the only one that's misaligned with the state?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer, I'm not aware of any other misalignments. There certainly will be differences between ours and what the SEQ regional plan is, but we have tried to align it as much as possible. This is one instance where we've put illustrative examples in there. I don't have a concern with what Councillor Martin's proposing. I think it would be something that we would have done as we align this document closer to the SEQ regional plan coming out. We do know at the moment that the state are talking about what that process looks like. I can't comment on what their typologies will be, but it's something we will absolutely keep an eye on and can update as we go through.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's my question. Okay. I'm happy to speak in favour when it's my turn.
In favour of the amendment?
When it's my turn, yeah.
Speaking against the amendment, anyone? No one speaking against the amendment. All right, I'll go to Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, thank you. And can I acknowledge Councillor Martin's contribution into that? It's obviously been well thought through, and I appreciate him adding that in. Mr Mayor, I just wanted to finish with something we tend to focus on with planning and the growth challenges. We get caught up in the big headline numbers. We tend to see a lot of sensationalisation, alarmism around a million people by 2046 or 185,000 dwellings, and we get caught up in those big numbers. Just wanted to remind councillors and remind anyone from the community who happens to watch this and understand what we're trying to achieve here that, you know, while we have to focus on those numbers and those targets, that we're also focusing on the impacts on real people. You know, every one of us every day is hearing about what housing shortage and housing affordability is doing in our communities, what rising rents is doing to people in our communities. And it's teachers, Mr Mayor, it's nurses, police officers, our own city officers. I'm sure all councillors have had experiences of talking with city officers who have had to move out of the city because they simply cannot afford to rent or buy in the city they work in. So, Mr Mayor, just to really make that point, that I know sometimes when people look at what we're doing in this place with LGMS or new planning scheme, and they talk about us shutting, they go to population growth and doing those other things, and they get caught up in the big numbers. We are focusing on the people as well. You know, we're focusing on the bookends of life, that our planning scheme as it currently stands is not fit for purpose. It doesn't have a purpose-built student accommodation code. It is incredibly difficult to deliver purpose-built aged care in our city under our current planning scheme, and that's not a good outcome. They're the things that we're going to be able to fix in this new planning scheme that will have a really meaningful impact, not just on dwelling supply, but in people's lives and existing residents' lives. This is about mums and dads. It's about young families trying to buy their first home. Because in the decades to come, those challenges will belong to our own children and grandchildren. The reality is that we are behind in delivering the housing our city needs. And when I say we, that's the big we, that all levels of government, the construction sector, everyone involved in the ecosystem is behind. The existing planning scheme should have delivered double the amount of dwellings, is what its theoretical supply said it could deliver, but it hasn't. There's a range of factors involved in that, most of them out of our control, but that's the reality of it, that we need to pull some levers to help get dwelling supply moving, because at the moment the curve is going the wrong way. Mr. Mayor, we don't just need more housing, we need a diversity of housing, and that was one of the key themes that came through LGMS really strongly, is that different Gold Coasters have different visions for what their piece of the Gold Coast looks like. That the dream isn't for every person to have a big block with a big backyard. There are plenty of people who are happy in a townhouse, or happy in a unit, or happy in a duplex or a triplex. So that diversity of housing is a key thing. How can we get more of that product moving through that inland spine? How can we put genuine product in the market to allow our older residents to downsize and to stay in the suburbs they've lived in, raised their families in, have got their community and social connections in? Mr. Mayor, I truly do believe that, all planning schemes are critical, but this one is really critical, and it's going to require some strong leadership from this council, some leadership to make thoughtful, evidence-based decisions to make sure our city can continue to grow in a way that is planned, sustainable and fair. That the decisions we make about housing supply today will shape whether people can continue to live and work in our city in the future. So we've just asked councillors to reflect on the last 18 months, the consultation, the new approach, the technical work, the journey so far. While I fully acknowledge we now have to get into the community conversations, and they can be difficult and challenging and heated sometimes, but they're critical to this process as well, and that's where I'm really excited to get to. But don't get caught up in the big numbers. Get caught up in the real human impact that comes with this, and the chance for this council to pull some levers and make some decisions that could have a real impact, not just in the next 5 years, but over the next few decades. I urge your councillors to support the change recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, did you get a seconder for the amendment?
Yeah, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you.
Debate's closed. You are voting on the amended motion. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Sorry.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall.
The amendment motion now becomes a motion. Did you want to speak further on your motion, Councillor Martin?
Yes, very briefly, Mr. Mayor. Just what I'd like to acknowledge is Councillor Hamill making these changes that we discussed at Planning Committee, I think around the in-principle support, but also the additional step of coming back to committee, but also thank councillors for acknowledging the disparity, and I'm pleased to see this in the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did speak against the LGMS in the Planning Committee, and I won't cover all those details, but I will acknowledge that whilst I don't support this amendment today, I do welcome the backpedalling in relation to the language around endorsement to in-principle support. That does give councillors the opportunity to proceed with what is good work on the basis that some things they may not agree with, and that comes to the crux of my problem, Mr. Mayor. The LGMS is dedicated work from city officers, and Councillor Hamill quite rightly defends its work, and I support the majority of the LGMS work. The LGMS has, however, in my opinion, some areas where it is not comprehensive enough to get my endorsement of it as it stands now. Some parts of it require the acceptance of a concept plan in Robina that is yet to be endorsed and requires 25,000 people to go into a small part there. And I accept that Councillor Hamill wants the big picture to be focused on, and I agree with that. But subsequent to the committee meeting, I've heard a number of councillors have very big concerns over certain parts within their area, and that needs to be really adequately addressed in the city plan. Within the LGMS also, Mr Mayor, it talks very little around transportation solutions in relation to vehicles, except to point out where the problems lie. If I'm being absolutely frank, it doesn't actually reference the word car in anywhere in terms of the future of how we move around in the city. And for a car-dominated city, at this stage with only linear public transport, it misses the mark in my belief. In the challenges section, it talks about car-dominated travel patterns reinforcing private vehicle reliance, which is true. I accept that. And it talks about ongoing congestion, parking supply issues, contested curbside space, a lack of connected and separate walking, riding, micromobility networks, and a few other things there before it goes into some of the opportunities, Mr Max, it does flip. And for me, it doesn't quite adequately talk about the wider growth strategy rather than just a housing typology strategy, which I think has been too heavily focused in this as a wider growth management strategy, Mr Mayor. The city is doing some exceptional stuff around our planning. I mean, the ARC is a great example, transport solutions on our advocacy list, but this particular document, the community facilities review, sports grounds, which we've invested heavily in, but this particular growth management strategy, in my opinion, is too constrained within just housing and doesn't sell the bigger picture as to what the city's doing in this really good space. For me, I can't provide support for this. I realise that I'm likely to be in the minority, though I have had private conversations that reflect a number of equal concerns from people in the community and also some of my colleagues here today. I accept that the city must grow. I accept that we need a variety of housing types. We need more of it. But I think we also have to accept the fact that this is just a document to inform the city plan, and the city plan is a document that says where people can build and what they can build. The actual building of that is the private sector, and our job is to set the parameters with which the community can get behind and accept and is responsible in our growth. Our charter is not to actually build the houses, so we can provide that blueprint for the future, which we should do in the city plan. But as it stands right now, I don't believe the strategy is answering all the questions that I've got at this time.
Okay. Councillor Gates for the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. This feels like a bit of a win for me because while you were away at committee, I lost on the casting vote of the chair in terms of giving in principle support to the LGMS, recognising the great work that has been done. But my feeling was that it's imperative that we know exactly what we're raising our hand for when we vote in the chamber. And although there has been targeted consultation, there hasn't been the extent of consultation that I would like to see with the broader community. I still maintain that most of the people that I come in contact with don't know what an LGMS is. They don't actually become really involved in planning for the future until it starts to affect them. So the maps attached to the LGMS, Mr Mayor, have yet to be refined. It's been recognised by the officers that they do need refinement in consultation with both councillors and the broader community. And until that happened, I would be unable to put up my hand for endorsement. But with the changes that the Deputy Mayor has put forward today, I'm happy to support it. I'm glad that we can be in a position where we plan for the future carefully and transparently, but with community at the heart of our decision making. So I hope that we can put to rest Councillor Doran's concerns through the ongoing process now that we have in principle support, recognising that changes do need to be made.
Okay. Against the motion, Councillor Martin to close.
Mr Mayor, I don't have any further to add, so happy to yield to Councillor Hamill. Well, no more, nothing further.
Okay, that's enough. So it's closed. I make this a decision on the yielding. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's called.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall.
Carried, supermajority. Councillor Hamill, any other matters?
None from me, Mr Mayor, so I would move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We now go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 865 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 24th of February 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I was hoping we could go to 6.6 for a change recommendation, please.
6.6, go ahead.
Mr Mayor, the change recommendation is coming up on the screen and a printed copy is coming around to councillors now. So I might just let that get around so councillors can see what's coming.
Need a 10-minute break to read it? Thank you.
Is the Thai food here yet? Seconder, Councillor Patterson. That's all right. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you speak on it, and then you can take us through the change recommendation.
Mr Mayor, I can very briefly, and I definitely don't have a 10-minute speech, just 30 seconds. The change recommendation that has been pulled together today, I hope reflects some of the conversations.
Just pause there on the screen. Could you put Councillor Patterson as the seconder?
We think we've...
Oh, it's there?
We've got that, Mr Mayor, yep.
IT is a bit slow. Anyway.
Understood.
Go ahead.
Mr Mayor, the change recommendation that has been pulled together here today, I think reflects what I heard talked about at committee, what I've had in conversations with my colleagues since. So it introduces a clear and transparent set of guidelines for the approval for travel for the CEO and city officers. It clearly outlines when that information will be reported back into what committees and what timelines it is to occur in. Mr Mayor, that's all I'm going to put to it. I hope that it can be supported by councillors and that it achieves the goals that councillors were hoping for on this item.
Okay. Anyone speak against? You can question, Councillor Tozer.
Sorry, I'm just trying to read through the matter. It's only just come before us, Mr Mayor. So the item number 4, which talks about all costs relating to international travel undertaken by city officers, including but not limited to airfares, accommodation, out-of-pocket expenses, training, conference and registration costs that have been presented to Council via biannual travel acquittal report. There was a conversation in the Governance Committee that related to some staffing matters relating to professional development that necessarily needed to be kept private as a human resources matter. And I wanted to get some clarity through you, maybe to the CEO, that when the professional development does involve international travel, it should be disclosed, but when it doesn't involve international travel, it shouldn't form part of our report because of that
Mr. CEO.
advice we received.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So what I think we've been able to do, in fact what I know we've been able to do, is build a process whereby moving forward we would ask the officers for permission for it to be disclosed as part of that process. The issue we have at the moment is we didn't ask for that permission. So what we will do moving forward, Councillor, is we will ask, as part of the approval process, we will ask officers that if they're willing for that to be disclosed as part of the process, and if they do so, it'll be disclosed. If they don't, we'll have a conversation about whether that development is absolutely necessary. That's the way moving forward we're proposing to do it.
Okay.
One last point. Which is very similar to what we do for other disclosures at the City of Gold Coast, where you have to click a button to say, I authorise for this to be made available. That's the process we're putting in place. The issue we had, and I watched the debate similar to others, is we hadn't been asking for that disclosure up front, therefore we weren't able to meet the threshold in the Act.
So I'm trying to delineate, Mr. Mayor, so I can ask an appropriate question. There are certain individuals in our organisation of more than 6,000 or 7,000 staff that have really quite specific skills that I understand might, at times, need to undertake international travel in order to obtain, for the benefit of the city, some sort of skill or experience. You know, I don't want to disclose any of that in this forum, but I'm quite sure that there are really specific skills, particularly scientific skills, perhaps, that international travel and that with. I do think that relationship, that professional development relationship that a staff member has with their superior, probably shouldn't be something that we necessarily, as councillors, talk about the individual person. Can I be assured that we're not proposing, if there should be a separate report about professional development holistically, where we set a big budget and let the operational team apportion that appropriately? I just don't think we should be getting involved in those professional development elements. I want to be assured that that's not.
Yes, you can be assured it will be displayed in a way that enables that to happen.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been working on this and very happy with what's proposed there. But given that this matter of privacy is raised, I wasn't going to raise it again, but I'd like to ask through you to the CEO. On this matter, where we were informed that we couldn't get the information of the cost because of privacy, we were provided information about what the executive leadership team thought of this individual, of their performance, and that is in the table as part of their and is on the public record. So my question is, first of all, I would think what peers' opinion is on someone's performance is at least as private a matter as the cost of a course. So was it that the officer was asked, are you happy to have this information in, because that is also private information, and that they consented, or was it that they were just not asked that information?
The officer consented for the information to be included.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you want me to say it again? Yeah. The officer consented for the information to be included.
Thank you.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if, through you, I could ask if Councillor Hamill would accept a minor change to the recommendation, being to remove the word international before travel and to make it all travel.
Mr. Mayor, I think that completely changes the intent of my motion and what the basis of the report was on, so I wouldn't support that amendment to my motion.
Councillor Martin, question?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, question on as it relates to our controlled entities. So just seeking to understand with this motion, if an officer is undertaking travel, say perhaps for one of our controlled entities, or Invest, that might say it's Invest and they are paying, but our staff are or not paying, how will this be reported under the current motion?
Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, it's fair to say over the past 5 to 10 years we've been very inconsistent in that across the reporting. What is proposed is that it will be included, and the report will note whether it's funded from the city and they're travelling with, or it's funded from the entity and it's funded by the entity.
Any other question? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to seek through you possibly to the CEO, just in relation to personal development. As far as capturing that information, regardless of whether it's individualised or as a collective, there is a component within the annual report, I believe, that actually does capture that. I just wanted to get that noted if that was the case.
Yeah, I watched the debate and it was a fair question raised by Councillor Gates. What you have to understand about the privacy legislation as it's written in this state is you can only use it for the purpose for which you're collecting it. So there is a requirement in the Local Government Act that this information appears in the annual report, but that does not allow us to use it for any other purpose other than that. That's the difference. So moving forward, the annual reporting won't change, that will stay. And as I said, with the new processes that we think we've been able to design, we'll be able to capture as much of this as we can in the lead up, but it will definitely be in the annual report. And it was a fair and reasonable question asked by Councillor Gates at the time, but that's the nuance of the Act.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And through you, I just wanted to know, perhaps through to Councillor Hamill, how the approval will be presented to councillors. Will that be through the GAF committee meeting, or how will that be?
I think we've agreed, well, at least in the version, I've actually seen that, but in the version of the using my delegations, it was going to go through GAF in a report. And because we haven't done this before, we're building that now. So assuming that there are, the first time we do some international travel, you'll see it appear at GAF, and we'll work with the chair of GAF on what that format should look like.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just another follow-up following the privacy questions again. So just before you mentioned that the officer where the information, some was put in, some wasn't put in, and that the officer consented to the information that was in, did you ask the officer whether, you asked if they could put in the information about their performance and why they go? Did you also ask, are you okay if we put the cost?
You're asking me. I didn't. We can ask the EGM. Do you mean the city administration?
The administration, yeah.
I might let the EGM answer that, although we were in receipt of advice and continue to be in receipt of advice that the way that that information was collected meant that it couldn't be disclosed. I'm happy for the EGM to.
Director?
Yes, through the Mayor. Can I just confirm the question? Are you talking about to ELT or to the GAF committee as part of the report?
So in the report, there is, we've identified that there has been some private information provided in the report and some private information not provided. It's confirmed that the private information that has been provided, there was a request to the officer, are you okay, do you give your consent for it to be included? My question is, the information that wasn't included, the cost of the course, was the question asked of the officer, are you also okay for that information to go in, or did we not ask the question of them?
Through the Mayor, I can confirm we did ask the question and consent wasn't given.
Okay, great. Just one last thing. Mr Mayor, just on one other matter, there was, I didn't get an opportunity to read it till after the committee meeting, but there was some legal advice that was presented. I didn't really find it clear enough. I didn't think that it really was quite explicit with its advice. And I just wanted to let you know that LGOQ will also, they've agreed and are working on providing us separate legal advice on that, just so that we can have clarity. Thank you.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Can I just acknowledge the input of several councillors and several city officers in helping me put this change recommendation together today. It sounds like that it's broadly reflected the debate and concerns and questions raised at committee, but also the conversations that have happened in private since. Can I acknowledge that it is absolutely right and proper that councillors in the community would seek greater transparency and justification of the use of every ratepayer fund. Value for money for ratepayer funds must remain at the centre of all decision making that we do as a council, and that it is appropriate that through this recommendation today there will be stronger oversight and approval by the selected wing, which is the right thing to occur as well, and would urge my colleagues to support the change recommendation.
Councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillor, any other item to deal separately? Councillor Patterson. This is you're still chair, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I believe so, Mr Mayor. I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Thank you, Director. We now go to lifestyle. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 865 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee held on Thursday, the 26th of February 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 4, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any item you want to deal separately, Councillor Tozer?
No, that's it. So I might move that all the recommendations be adopted.
Seconded, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Thank you, Director. Didn't make a mistake. Economic, Councillor Lacastro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 865th Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Thursday, 26th of February, and covered by recommendations 1 to 6 be received.
Seconded, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, any item you want to deal separately? Councillor Lacastro?
Oh.
Councillor Lacastro, come on.
Move the lot, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, seconded, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. You did just as good job as the previous.
Bring the other one back. So you can have
Councillor, we'll go to Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 865 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 3rd of March 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 6 be received.
Seconded, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any item you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a change recommendation for item 6.4.
6.4.
Which I acknowledge. You were a bit too quick on the last few committees, and I've only just sent to Chamber support right now.
No, my pace is correct.
It was very good pace. Very good pace.
Right. .4.
I can read it out to get us ahead of it. It's only very small, minor.
All right.
Yep.
Let's listen. Go ahead.
So 6.4 is relating to the presentation for waste education and behaviour change. And Mr Mayor, I'm just seeking to add an additional point after noting the report that number 2, that given the gap between the current year-to-date recycling rate of 31.3% and the annual target of 48%, the Council requests officers provide a report benchmarking the city recycling rate against Australian capital cities and detail innovative examples of successful non-punitive initiatives used by other cities to improve their recycling rates.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. Go ahead.
Very quickly, I think more information and seeing what's working throughout the country and around the world is a good thing. I think we should welcome the city officers broadening their scope to look around and see what other things we might be able to do to continue to improve our recycling rate outside of initiatives that the council's already adopted, and of course our long-term vision on the ARC.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, question for you to Councillor Doran. I'm just wondering why we'd only be focused on non-punitive initiatives. If this is a research and collection of what's happening around the country and the best things other local governments are doing, why would we be limiting ourselves at all? So we'd seek an amendment to remove the word non-punitive.
Are you going to be amenable to that or not? Okay, explain why it's there, and then you might move an amended motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Hamill. So I've included the word non-punitive because I don't want to go over old ground that this council's already made decisions on. I thought it would be less controversial to look at other measures aside from financial disincentives to do certain things, and I thought it would be a non-controversial way of looking at other influencing factors. So I'd like to leave it in as it stands now, please.
You're right with that? Good? Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Taza, go ahead.
I think there's already a body of work, Mr Mayor, in this process. This idea that we introduce financial penalties or introduce these sorts of incentives or penalties that relate to how people recycle are really widely demonstrated as the best way to change people's behaviour. The idea that we're about to do a body of work on the things that are substantively less effective seems a little wasteful, but I actually, in principle, like the idea, but I actually don't like the idea of only having non-punitive initiatives. That's actually not comprehensive. It doesn't give us the information that we need in order to make decisions. And frankly, what it will do is it will require every councillor in this room to do their own research about the previous things we discussed, and then compare it against these non-punitive initiatives in some strange kind of fashion. Every report that councillors should receive should be comprehensive. It should look at all of the different methods that have been most successful in changing people's behaviour when it comes to recycling, and I can't support the motion as it currently is unless that word's removed.
So do you want to do a foreshadow motion without that word?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can't move.
Well, he's not moving it.
It's an amendment currently, isn't it? Or is it an...
That's the motion. It's not amended.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I will foreshadow exactly the motion that Councillor Doran has proposed without the word non-punitive.
Okay.
Or the hyphenated word. Or Councillor Doran could remove it.
He's not. All right.
And he said he doesn't want to do it. Yeah.
So foreshadow, that's not an amended motion. That's the motion. Okay.
You're happy to set my foreshadow?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
The foreshadow is afoot. And put the foreshadow in there with that, without non-punitive. All right. Don't need a seconder for that. So, all good. So, Councillor Doran, you want to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I hope that councillors support my motion, and we have a recycling rate at 31.3, a target at 48. This council has adopted a number of waste-related changes since 2024, including things like gate fees, rationalisation of our facilities, and there's been a body of work that's happened in relation to influencing behaviour. The council has been presented that in this presentation, but I'm asking for this to be explored because we do have a 17-point gap in where we want to be as a council. That target has not been adjusted. And as was outlined in committee, Mr. Mayor, that 31 has been pretty flat for a number of years now. It actually hasn't moved much. So unless we pull 48 down, we've got a lot of work to get to 31 before the arc kicks in and potentially makes a dramatic change. In the interim period between today and arc and whatever we might do there, we've got gate fees commencing in July. I think that it would be a good idea for us to have city officers cast their eyes around what is best practice around Australia and who's doing this really well without introducing fees or taxes to change behaviour. I say that because it would be a preference of me, it would be my preference for us to increase the 31.3% to 48% without charging ratepayers for that. And I'm here for 2 years. I've seen the body of work. I've seen the consultancy that was put into the presentation. I haven't yet seen a comparative study on what other cities are doing and whether or not we're actually exceeding what other cities are doing or whether we're falling behind. And I would like initiatives to be brought forward that doesn't put a cost on it because we're about to implement a cost. That's the only reason why I've asked for that to remain. I appreciate Councillor Tozer's concerns. I feel as if that's getting ahead of where the report's going to go to, and I wouldn't mind the experts in this space to go and spread their knowledge base a little wider and see if they can bring back any initiatives that we might be able to support that don't put any cost impost on the ratepayers.
Debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Doran.
Order.
Councillor Doran, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
The motion's lost. The shadow becomes the motion. Seconder is Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Toder, speak on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think the suggestion that we get more information in order to help us make a better decision about raising that recycling rate from 31 to 48%, I think is wise. I think that report that we received should be comprehensive and should look at both punitive and non-punitive measures that have been successful in other states and territories or other cities. And frankly, now that we've made that slight change to the resolution, I commend Councillor Doran for raising it and doing what he can do as an advocate for this issue. for all of us to consider supporting this today.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Tozer to close. Put the motion to you. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against? Carry unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. I think we can wait for transport. I think we'll take a lunch adjournment. Back in 45 minutes. galleries open. We go to Transport. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 865 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 3rd of March 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 5 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move 7.1 when you're ready.
Okay. Before I ask for a seconder, I have a perceived conflict of interest. I don't have a printout there, so I'll just read slowly. I think I might have a printout. It's on the screen? All right. All right, I'll read on the screen. Councillors, I'm a director of a company that's part-owned property as described below, in close proximity to Bruce Bishop Car Park in Surfers Paradise. Lot 2, it's within the Surfers Paradise Resort Building, 70 Remembrance Drive, Surfers Paradise. Company is Crestden. I'm a company director, which is the part owner of the of Lot 2. And keep going there. I have significantly reduced my property holdings in the proximity to the Bruce Bishop Car Park in recent months, which just to describe above remaining in my part ownership, noting the contents of the report to be relatively minor. I'm a civil engineer and initially recommended to the CEO that a dilapidation report be undertaken on the Bruce Bishop two-level car park, so council could understand its future maintenance obligations. I believe I can add value to council's decision on this matter, and overall it is the community's interest for me to remain in the room and contribute my knowledge and experience. Over to you, councillors. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I'm not really sure what Lot 2 is. Could you describe it or explain it for us?
What it is in that Surfers Plaza building, level 1 is Lot 2, of which is now a backpackers. So it's Lot 2 of, I don't know how many lots in the building, 54 lots, something like that.
Right.
And
so you're one of 50 lots in that building.
Yeah.
And is there any relationship between that building in any sense to the Bruce Bishop car park? Is there any car parking agreement or car parking entitlement between the two?
They might have a car parking agreement with, you're right, they might have a car parking agreement with the body corporate.
How would you describe your relationship as a lot owner? How would you describe your relationship with the broader management of that building or the owner of the rest of the building?
Mutual admiration.
I suppose I'm more asking you to characterise whether you are a member of any body corporate, a voting member. Are you on any committee? Are you involved in any of the management of the building in any sense?
We vote at AGM.
Right. But you have no greater vote than any of the other lot holders in that property. Mr Mayor, I have no other questions. I think the nature of your capacity to influence this next decision positively outweighs the nature of the interest as you've described it, unless there's any other information you have for us.
No, there's none.
I would move that despite the conflict of interest, that the participation in decision-making in relation to that outweighs any perceived bias arising from that conflict of interest, which is the second one from the bottom. I think you read my mind. I'm happy to move that, Mr Mayor, unless anyone's got more questions.
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to alert you to the fact that the government in the last few days has passed legislation and relating to the Local Government Act. It has yet to be assented by the Governor, but it relates to material personal interest. So for all of us, we're going to need to be aware that where any material personal interest exists, and such as just has been described that you have, we'll then have to reconsider. We won't have a choice. We'll be out of the room should a material... I haven't seen it in detail yet, so I'm only assuming that, but I just thought it's important that we thoroughly check that once the Governor gives assent to the bill.
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, I didn't get from anything that you disclosed that you have a material personal interest in this matter. So I don't know how Councillor Gates, is there information that you have that we don't have? I don't think anything that was described as a material personal interest, even under the old legislation or under the current legislation. Is there other things you're referring to? Or?
Well, no, I just believe that the ownership of something in close proximity will ultimately translate to a material personal interest in what happens in that location. I could be wrong, but
yeah, that's not my understanding. But I just Jody.
Through the Chair, I'll just clarify the new regime hasn't taken effect yet, so you're right to be considering it against the declarable conflict of interest provisions as you have.
Correct.
Okay, so it's declarable. I've declared it, and the motion's there. Second, anyone? Second, Councillor Hamill. Councillor Toes, you want to speak on it?
No.
No? Anyone speak against? Councillor Patterson.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to support this one. I'm not going to support it. I do think that there is at least perceived conflicts, and I think it would serve you and the council if you weren't participating in this debate.
Okay. Rightio, councillors. Put the motion to you. I won't be voting, so put the motion to you. Or do you want us close?
Mr. Mayor, just to close debate on the procedural matter, my view is that being one of 50 lot owners in a building where you've divested all your other interests in the way that you've characterised it doesn't represent either a material personal interest, and I do think your contribution to this debate far surpasses the interest that you've described. I hope councillors today support the procedural motion.
Okay, councillors, division, of course. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Doran, Councillor Lacastro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. We'll deal with this item. I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Do we have a seconder? I've moved it.
Second to Councillor Tozer. You want to speak on it?
It's a closed item session, so I'm not sure if there's any questions or you want to stay open.
Any questions? Councillor Martin.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have questions, but it's on grey paper, so it relates to finance and the budget, so I'd move that we go into closed session to ask the question.
Into closed. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming off. Galleries cleared. Go ahead. on. Galleries open. Mover, Councillor Taylor. Yeah, I keep seeing the procedural motion there. Go ahead, you want to speak on that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Bruce Bishop Car Park and the Transit Centre, we know, has been a long conversation for the community for a long period of time, and some 2-3 years ago it was resolved to keep the Transit Centre and the Bruce Bishop. From there we have now, we're doing the Town Hall Live Music Stadium, which is part of that site. And we've always had challenges with the site structurally and concerns. I think there was an incident some years ago where a member of the public got injured, and it's constantly been a challenge for the city to maintain it. So the other part of it is the usage of the site, how often it's actually patronised. There's 5 car parks underneath the new town hall that's going to be there that's normally been empty. Yep, 5 levels underneath. A lot of people don't know about. That's under the old transit centre, and the Bruce Bishop normally runs around the 50-60%. But when there's a major event, yes, it does get filled up. So with the live music stadium, I think it's really important that we look at what we can do with that structure. What it allows us also to do is come back to council at some point of future opportunities through a community consultation to understand what that development site would look like. So for that particular site, I think it's a good outcome for the site for the short term, and obviously the town hall and what that future site could look like moving forward is really important for that western part of Surfers Paradise.
Against? Speaking against? Councillor Taylor, do you want to add any more? Councillor Taylor, you happy and closed? Okay. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous? It's unanimous. I called it. Yeah. So unanimous. I don't think you need to record which way I vote. It's unanimous. All right. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous. Thank you, Director. Item 12, consideration notice of motion. Neil. Question on notice. Neil. Presentation of petition. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, I move that the petition requesting council to protect wildlife and public safety at Lake Humunts through CCTV and park ranger enforcement be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. Next one, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have 2, so I was just checking which one was
just one at a time.
Listed first. I move that the petition requesting council to install CCTV cameras, speed signs and speed bumps on Catalina Way, Upper Coomera be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. Back to you, Councillor Gates.
Thanks a lot, Mr Mayor. And this one won't require a separate report because I recall a similar petition recently, so it can be added. I move that the petition requesting council to reconsider the implementation of the renewed rating category community title scheme lot in a retirement village be received and referred to committee for consideration and report.
Second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. 15.1, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, general business item seeking approval of council to head to the summit down in Melbourne with the EGM for planning regulation. So just seeking the approval as the cost is above the threshold the CEO can approve.
Second to Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carry. Unanimous. 15.2, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a general business item calling for a review of the Robina traffic event precinct around Seabus Super Stadium, that given increased frequency and growing residential density surrounding the Robina Stadium, the CEO conduct a full review of the existing event precinct traffic area and traffic management plans to ensure they remain fit for purpose, with a report to Council within 6 months.
Seconder, Councillor Young. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to or in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 16.1.
Can I get the EGM, please?
Calling.
I'll have a go. Do you want me to have a go?
Yeah, have a crack.
I'll have a go.
Have a crack.
So, Mr Mayor, this is the draft revenue policy as per in previous years. It's required under the Local Government Act to be passed prior to the budget. I think last year we discussed it at budget and a budget committee, approved it at budget committee and brought it through that way. Every other year, everyone can remember this is how we've done it. It was discussed at the last budget committee meeting. It needs to be approved today so that we can get on with the budget process, please.
I move it. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Councillor Gates.
I don't want to speak against Mr Mayor, but I thought it was always adopted as part of our budget process.
No, it's adopted.
No, only last year.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You want to speak? Yeah.
Mr Mayor, this is sometimes seems like a very boring part of the process, but this is a resolution that underpins our entire budget. And there's a couple of excerpts that I think are actually really important for the public to understand. And it's a bit like, it talks about how we rate different properties. And it's section 3, it's on page 16. It talks about we apply the following principles when making and levying rates and charges as detailed in the revenue statement. 3A, equity and fairness comes into it. We ensure that fair and consistent levying of rates and charges without bias, taking account all relevant considerations. B is equity for like properties, ensuring that similarly valued land used for the same or similar purpose and receiving similar services are levied similar general rates. And then user pays, where appropriate, levying rates and charges on the specific users of services and facilities to assist in alleviating the costs associated with the provision of the service or facility in the general community. Meaningful contribution, it's a D, which is recognising that not all properties utilise or rely on council services equally, and adopting a differential rating system enables us to ensure that all properties provide a meaningful contribution to the cost of council providing services or facilities. And finally, predictability, ensuring rates and charges are set and applied in a generally consistent manner, and any significant increases in rates and charges are reasonable and transparent. These principles, Mr Mayor, underpin the differential rate system, and it's really important that whilst we don't often think about it, it often comes up later when we adopt the rates and charges and different types of properties come in with different rates. Those principles in 3A to E underpin what we're talking about. So as we adopt this today, this is great material for us to be able to rely upon when we're talking to our community about the changes in rates and charges and how we expect, as we go through this process, that a 4-bedroom house in a suburb in Mudgeeraba pays nominally the same as a similarly valued property for residential purposes in other parts of the city. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Debate's closed. Councillor Gates.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With Councillor Tozer just reading that out, it made me think of something I thought of when I read the policy, and it was in relation to 3B, which my question is, where 3B suggests that equity for like properties, ensuring similarly valued land used for the same or similar purposes and receiving similar services are levied similar general rates. I've just presented a petition about retirement villages, which I hope are considered differently from a parcel of land in cases where a 99-year or similar lease exists, because it's not exactly the same. So I'm just hoping for clarity that should we decide to make a change in terms of that, it wouldn't be regarded as a similar property to another similarly valued piece of land where they don't own the land.
So there's the policy and then there's the interpretation of the policy. So what you're talking about, Councillor, is the interpretation of the policy. So those principles remain the same. When we get into the budget process between now and when the budget is struck, we'll be having discussions about how we interpret those policies. What you're talking about and what your constituents have been talking about is a different interpretation of how that principle is applied. Okay. I'm looking this way to make sure I'm okay. Yes, good.
Thank you. That's all, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 6.2, Norwell Valley Master Plan Update. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I do apologise, but I have to put those conflict of interest declarations in for this item as per previous. So they'll have to go through the same ones again. I'm hoping, Mr Mayor, there's no changes to the declarations at all. They're exactly word for word as last time, that we might move them through fairly quickly. But we do need to do all 7 of them again, sadly. But possibly not for much longer if the law is ascended to soon.
All right. So
see confusion.
Just through the chair, if you've previously made the declarations and they still stand and are applicable to this matter, you don't have to redo them. It's just if anything has changed in your previous declaration, but if it covers everything and the conditions are still acceptable, you don't have to repeat them.
Anything changed?
Understood. No, Mr Mayor, nothing in this report changes any of my declarations.
So no need to declare.
Thank you for that clarification.
Your declaration stands.
Yep.
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I thought that the issue that Councillor Hamill has risen to talk about was because of some mapping that showed his property to be within the area that perhaps was not identified on the last occasion. I'm just seeking clarity if that is the situation.
I don't know.
Sorry, was that a question, Mayor?
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, yeah, so that was one of the declarations made, was the proximity of my property to the development footprint proposed. The report doesn't have any new mapping that changes any of that. Yeah, I don't think there's a change in that part.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just to provide some clarity, I did speak with Councillor Hamill yesterday. So recently in a city planning workshop, the planning team presented us with employment land mapping, and it was talking about the ideas around industrial growth and employment land across the city. And they presented a map, which was the Norwell Valley Master Plan, which had the lines and the boundary of that master plan with Councillor Hamill's property and his family's properties inside the boundary. So I'd spoken to Councillor Hamill yesterday and just provided those mappings to him and just seeking some clarity around that.
Yeah, so Mr Mayor was able to confirm the maps that Councillor Fowler is referring to are internal city maps, so they're GIS maps for overlays. I'd never seen those maps before, and they don't form part of this report. They're internal mapping for Kathy and her team to make sure that anyone who's looking at the Norwell proposal in relation to other work occurring with the city around industrial land supply, marine land supply, is aware that it's part of it. Mr Mayor, I can't really add anything more. I don't know if Kathy has anything else she can add to that, really.
Kathy.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Hamill is correct. The current mapping for the Norwell Valley development does not include his property.
Okay. Right. There's a motion there. Where's the motion? To be noted, yeah. Someone want to move it? Noted. Councillor Tozer. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone want to? Councillor Pidia.
I'm happy to support the motion, but I did have a couple of concerns reading the document. I'll draw your attention to page 27, and under budget funding considerations, it says the program of works for the investigations required, blah, 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 is being developed to ensure that costs to the...
Hold it. That's in grey.
I beg your pardon, yes, entirely.
So what page you can draw everyone to?
27.
All right, don't read it.
No, okay, thank you. And under budget funding and considerations, it just mentions they don't want to impact the city budget. And I just thought that really we should be focusing on our work programs as well. So that was just a concern of mine, so that as a fundamental, we're not impacting the city budget or work program through the progression of this work. And on the following page, in the section entitled Natural Environment,
you can't read it.
I just thought that the commentary about the risk appetite was a bit weak, and that we should be seeking to advance opportunities to acquire or create new environmental assets rather than just noting what's there. This is an opportunity for us to robustly and progressively achieve environmental outcomes that don't exist now by virtue of the amalgamation of land and so forth.
Councillors, I move that we go in close so that you can talk a bit in more detail. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Stream further? No. Anyone against? Councillor, I put the motion to you and I'll call division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against? And could you record Councillor Hamill did not vote? Motion carries supermajority. Actually, Mr. Sear, is that a unanimous or is it a supermajority? Because
it's unanimous of those who could vote.
So it's unanimous then, is it? Unanimous. Okay. 16.3. Invest Gold Coast. So we've got a presentation or not?
We do, and we need to go into closed.
All right. Councillors, commercial in confidence. I move we go into close. Second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming off. on. Let the gallery open, and I'll go to you first. Councillor Hamill, you want to move?
Mr Mayor, would seek to move the change recommendation that's been provided to Chamber support and circulated to all councillors in hard copy.
Second to Councillor Tozer. You want to speak on that, please?
Mr Mayor, very briefly, noting that as the report is, and all information in the report is confidential, I'll stick to very broad statements. I would just like to say that I'm happy to stand and support the next step in the process for this project and for the fruition of a Gold Coast arena. I'd like to put on the public record that the decision today does not lock in an arena and does not lock in council to any funding arrangement. We are not at that stage in this process yet, and I think that's important to call out and put on the record. Today's decision, if supported by council, locks us in to proceed forward with a preferred partner on the next phase of this project. It allows the project to go from high-level design and figures given through the expression of interest and get into the granular detail of a detailed design, business case and funding model to give us the full picture with all the detail we need to make a fully informed decision on what, if anything, happens next. Mr Mayor, the change recommendation I've introduced today sets out some additional information to assist with clarifying what steps will happen next and where councillors, as the ultimate decision makers on this proposal, would continue to be updated and involved with the next phase of this process. Can I say I really look forward to the further information and updates that Invest Gold Coast will be providing if this recommendation is successful, and note that the inclusion of those updates will be coming through the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee. I also really look forward, if this motion is successful, in the next report on this project, having a much fuller, detailed picture of the potential economic and social benefits to come from a project like this, balanced against how it is funded and delivered. I urge my colleagues that while I appreciate there is concerns and more questions to come, and a lot of that is what happens in the next phase, that I genuinely really do think that this is a safe recommendation to support so that we can get to the next stage and get all that detail that everyone is seeking.
Okay, speaking against the motion, I just want to see if there's anyone who wants to speak against the motion first. No, I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a proposed amendment I'd like to see if Councillor Hamill, Deputy Mayor, would consider. I believe it's going to come up on the screen, but the wording is that Council notes there will be opportunities for tree retention in the northern and southern portions of Carey Park, particularly those in relation to cultural heritage. Thank you.
Councillor Hamill, what's your thought? Are you happy?
Sorry. Mr Mayor, for those who couldn't hear, Councillor Patterson has indicated those words are directly taken from the report and it's just noting them, so I'm happy for that to be added into the motion.
Oh.
That's all right, that's okay.
But now it's not. Councillor Tozer, are you okay being a seconder?
I'm just trying to work out, is that all that the proposed adjustment is, and the other things that are in front of us?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's.
Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Hamill, do you want to yield to Councillor Tozer to close? Or not? It's up to you.
I'll look at it quickly and check if he wants that first, Mr Mayor.
Oh, I can speak to it. I'm happy for you to speak to it.
Then I'd yield to Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, this project is very exciting. Frankly, there's nothing like it in Queensland right now, and frankly, I think this process that we've gone through to this point has been pretty interesting. The report that we reviewed to come to the decision that we're proposing to come to today was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. And one thing that I would say is that there was some interest. You know, a number of entities. I appreciate they're on confidential paper, but I'll try to be as vague as possible. There was some interest. A number of consortia, groups of companies made a submission, and frankly, there are a number of standout groups in that. We've ultimately determined to move forward, outlined in Councillor Hamill's motion, and the project in and of itself is very exciting when we can have trust that the global market for these sorts of activities is so interested in our city. Not only because we like build big things, and construction companies like being paid to build big things, but the process that we're going through talks about making sure this thing we're building is busy and popular, and tens of thousands of people are moving through it on a weekly basis. Frankly, I'm excited about it. I hope councillors get behind this. I do acknowledge there's been some robust debate and robust questions, and frankly, sometimes in this chambers there's some friction, some differences of opinion that get articulated in the chambers. And I hope that we can all get behind this next phase of this project. I'd like to see it, more information being provided to us and a greater granularity around what is the economic advantage to us in moving forward. But I really hope that councillors support this motion today and we can get on with building the best arena that Australia will see over the coming decade.
Councillors, the debate's closed. Division's called. Right. Councillor, you ready? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall.
Motion carries, supermajority. Councillors, if you can stay back after I close the meeting, only be 5 minutes maximum. Okay. Thank you very much, Mark and your team, for your presentation and answering all the questions. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors.
So, councillors, or you want to share that? Meeting closed, 15:31.